Okay. I even remember to set it to all chat. Wow. Okay, everything was already activated. Wow, just had a couple of big sneezes. Whew. All right. I just fed you, dog. Now, at some point today, I want to make sure all our factories are topped off, if possible. This is Farming Simulator 25. How are you this evening? Now we gotta get this field planted right up here. We got it harvested, we gotta pick up from there, so we're gonna grab our fertilizer. Alright, we need our fertilizer spreader. We will be using this, but we don't need it yet. We're going to need the plow as well. Now we do have a couple of nice contracts we can do after I get this field finished. Now this job will just take a minute. And we'll just turn the helper loose. Hello everybody. I hope everybody's had a great day. We're just getting started. I want to get this field back. We'll put sunflowers back in it. We're going to be moving. This is Dee Dee's field, but we're going to be moving her. But I can't buy any other fields just yet to move her to. We only need about 50,000, but I'm not ready to do that just yet. I want to get her her house and everything situated. Hey Monty, how are you? How was your day? But let's see, we do have a couple of contracts that I want to do. Well, there's a kind of a small cultivating. That wouldn't take long, a couple grand. But there was a couple other ones. I thought we might harvest this spinach field. It's a pretty big field, but it's a pretty good payday. There is a decent mowing, and then we have a plowing, which we will do that one for sure. And then we'll see, well, if it's still available. We'll do that one. I want to take a look right here, see where we're at. See, we need some more fertilizer. Thankfully, we got a big truck full. That's all good. We have cotton going in. We have fabric coming out. That's good. I don't know what that groundwater pump, it's not showing me that I have any, that doesn't even register. But we do have some water here, so we're good. Everything's going good. What is... Oh, look at everything that's available, though. Well, we're not going to get into all that, just because it's available. Some of it will activate, but not necessarily all of it. I definitely need a second tractor. But maybe we can hold off just a little bit longer. So that'll be the quickest operation of the night. Because I don't think anything else will go that fast. I almost forgot where I was going. Now, we're not going to get in the habit of leaving our plow just lay out here, but I needed to fix it. Now, Monty, I'll tell you what, we sleep one more time, your field up there is going to be ready to go. Unfortunately, we don't own it yet. Well, I wasn't expecting this guy to start working diagonally, but I think I remember it did that before. Hey, Tony. Tony, how are you? Oh, I'm doing good, thank you. Oh, thank you for stopping in and saying hello. let's see if we can notice if the contracts have just changed. We still have our, no, see, we just lost, no, there it is, it moved. Something changed, but we still have our harvesting, and we still have our plowing. So that's good. Let's see if it put up anything else new. No, there's fertilizing. I just don't like having to pay for the fertilizer. But we'll do this harvesting spinach, and we'll do this plowing. Where's that spinach go? Farmers market. Well, Monty, I got my trip to Texas all set up. Airline tickets paid for. Uber is paid for. Well, hey, Archie. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen. I might make a video at the airport, not of me drinking, but I might make a... I thought about trying to do a travel vlog, seeing if I can't do something like that. It's kind of funny in one kind of way, but my Uber to be able to go to the airport and then get back, actually one way to go from where I live to the airport costs almost as much as the airline ticket itself. By the time I get back home, I will have spent more for Uber than I did for the airline ticket. Now I am hoping to be able to do live stream, but I don't know what I'll do a live stream of. I'll probably have my granddaughter help me, see if she wants to do something with me. Alright, this guy don't have a whole lot more to do. A couple of headland rows. Now hopefully the next time we harvest this field, we will not plant it back in sunflowers because we'll have DD move by then. Maybe. So I wish this thing was able to make that gentle turn like that without actually having to stop. I think maybe on the next release of this game, the next edition, that might be possible. Now see on that little section right there, it was able to navigate those 45-degree angles. But over on the other section it did not. And it should be able to. That is a very good question. I really think it's going to be your field. I think if I am hoping that it'll be your field up here. And then I want to buy one of these fields, but I got to get Dee Dee moved up here also. But before I do that, well, because I want to buy this before I buy these, but before I move Dee Dee up here, I want to get your field up, because that'll also bring up Richard's farm, so I can put his grain mill over here. What is all that? It's just a bunch of grass. Okay. I do need to start planning for a new tractor. Because we will need a second tractor. Now, as soon as we get this sunflower field planted, we're going to start that contract for harvesting spinach, and then we're going to do a plowing contract. But even though I'm going to be using the plow again, I don't want to get in the habit of leaving things sit out. I did at the end of the last live stream because I wanted to pick up right where I was at. So I kind of wanted to remember what I was doing. I really wish we could fold this thing up. That's why. Oh, great. Well, I don't really think spinach is worth it. People. Man, they got me all jammed up in here. Oh, that's not even going to fit. What am I going to do now? I don't really know how to go about getting over there because I can't get through there. I wonder if I can I find a way across this creek? Okay, this one does not have rails. Maybe we can get across here? No, probably not. It's not going to be wide enough. Oh no. If I can figure out... Oh good, I was able to drag that across there. If I'm able to figure out a production that I can use spinach in, then I just haven't figured that out yet. Wow, I had to go the long way around to get there. So this is probably not the best piece of equipment for us. So I think we'll end up changing this because I can't fold it. Unless there's a different tractor that'll pull it, that I can fold it. There is a canning factory, a vegetable factory. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. I keep doing that all the time. All right, we'll get some sunflowers. Now let's look at we can look at factories just to see. There is like a vegetable factory, but I think I have it installed. I may not have, but I don't know if spinach. See, what would spinach work in this thing? Preserved food? I don't know if that's any of that spinach or not. Because I just don't know. First of all, what's the icon for spinach? I don't even know. But let me see if I have see, here's another preserved food. That one would be the right kind of size. But see, I don't know if spinach works with these. I gotta try to, I don't even know how to go about figuring out for right now. Let's see what else there is. See, here's some kind of preserved food factory. I don't know if we can use spinach in something like this, because I don't know what all those icons mean. And I still think there's a vegetable factory. I think it's called a... See, here's a canning. I really want this soybean factory, but it was not working properly. And here's drink production. I'm going to use that. Hey, Lawrence. Okay, Lawrence. I think I know. Lawrence, it would be the very first two in that list right there. Is that correct? That's the icon for spinach. Awesome. Thank you very much, Lawrence. Thank you. Because now I can go back up here. Well, let's go back. I want to look for a vegetable factory. We may not have one. I probably did not install it. But we do have a couple of things up here. We do have a couple of things up here. So let's go back up there, because I'm sure I saw, see, here's pasta, spinach. Spinach in a pasta factory? Oh, that's just a trigger. Okay. That's just a trigger, alright. What is this? Now see, we can make honey out of corn also. So we're going to look at that right there too, that honey production. And there's herbal tea. We might get Joe set up with some herbal tea. This I'm going to set up for Dee Dee, the flower workshop. I don't even know how that thing works, but I thought she might like that. So we're going to look at that for her. Now see, here's canning factory. So we can do spinach. So maybe I'll let you have spinach, Monty. Although it's going to take a long time to harvest that field, but maybe I'll let you have spinach. Or at least once in a while, some spinach in the rotation. Maybe we'll do that. So a canning factory, oh, that's $330,000. But how big is it? That's the thing. Oh, look at that. So that's bigger than what I want. But we'll find something. There was some other stuff in here. See, this one will take, yeah, I might be able to do like a strawberry greenhouse or something like that. Let's see here. I want to see what this building looks like. That's not too bad. Still bigger than what I want, but we might be able to use that. But who would I have processing spinach? Who would I have? Okay, well, let me see if there's something else this guy we can use spinach with. Preserved, this is the one I want because this is small. So I would have to figure out who I can let use this right here. Actually, you know what? Joe is going to go right here. Second chance, how are you? Okay, I can put this thing like right here. I'm okay with it being like right here. I don't care. We can put it like this. And Joe can have this right here. This would be good for Joe. And then we can have some other greenhouses and stuff, bringing stuff over here to Joe. So I already own this. I'm going to go ahead and buy this and put it here since we already owned the land. So this is where spinach will come to. Well, it's kind of floating a little bit. $36,000 is about the cheapest we're going to get for these kind of productions. So now this is going to be preserved food, but what are we looking for? We are looking for kimchi. I would like to be able to make kimchi. It was the very last thing I got to. Spinach. Selling. Activate. So spinach will be the only thing that we use in here to start with. Now we'll see this come into play more, how it's all going to work out as we expand and can start working with different crops and stuff. This is going to be nice because Monty, you have an oil mill. Richard will have a grain mill. So now we have Joe here with spinach. I'm going to have a drink station, a drink factory. I really want the soybean oil, but that thing was not working properly, so I will go with the drink because I can still use soybeans. Hey Eugene, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing good. I want everybody to be like, whatever crops a person is growing is not the crop they need for their own production. Everybody's production is going to be unrelated to the crop that they actually grow. That way we get lots of nice interaction. I'm glad you're doing good, Eugene. That's always nice to know. Monty, the picture I'm coloring right now is starting to look pretty good, man. Yeah, the picture I'm working on now, it's a pretty cool picture, but it is actually coming out really nice. This is one of the, this is probably one that I am most pleased with thus far. Well, I started it on Monday. I will probably finish this, the picture I'm working on now, I'll probably finish it next Wednesday. I could probably finish coloring it before that, but I want to add the detail, the shading and all that stuff. Not very many, Monty. I did not get very many of those done. I probably only got about 12 of them done. Maybe 15 out of 64. I do have I probably don't have 100 jars, but I do have some. And I'm actually planning on maybe one day paying Casey to finish crushing those up for me. I'd really like to be able to order some pan pastels. I think I would be able to use those, and they wouldn't be as messy. But pan pastels are very, very expensive. Yeah, I can't remember how much those things cost, but they're expensive. It's like $100 for maybe 6. I know I was pricing some of those pan pastels, and it seemed like there was one of them. I didn't look at them very long, I can tell you that, because like, I don't know, there was a set of like 12 or something like that, and it seemed to me like it was over $200. I would have to go back and look again though to be sure. But it does seem to me like they were extremely expensive. but I would like to have some. I think it's a matter of finding the right pallet, because I don't know that I came across any that you could buy individually. So I think I had to buy a set, and I don't know that I found anything that was a set that I actually wanted to buy. But like I said, I saw the price and I didn't keep looking at them. Okay. At some point, we're going to have to get rid of this planter and probably get a different one, because I can't even get it down the road to the farm. I've got to bring it in the backside over here. We'll come around this way so we can bypass that bridge. This one doesn't have guardrails. All right, now I think we'll be ready to take on a spinach harvest. And we'll do plowing at the same time. I finally was able to use up that pallet. Okay, so what are we going to want? We're going to leave this over here because we're going to need the plow. So we can go ahead and connect to the plow. We can leave that sit there. Alright, so we're going to go to the dealership. So Monty, it looks like you're back to your original spinach. At least occasionally. I'm always wanting to look and see if I see that thing out there in that field or if they've taken care of it. Because I never know when they might actually take care of it. Where is it? See if we can find it. Yeah. And I keep hoping they're going to fix that. Okay, Monty. Okay, contracts. Now, we will go ahead and get started. Archie. Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so we are going to borrow the items. Now let's see, this is down here at the bottom of the road that we live on, or where our farm is, not the one we live on, but hey, Christopher, how are you doing? I saw you streaming earlier on Mom's farm. Yeah, you stay busy doing uploads, don't you? Which is good. You just got done. Yeah, I thought I saw you streaming earlier. Well, I saw you streaming earlier in the day. I watched one of your streams. You were on Mom's farm. Oh, okay. Yep, guys, we're working in this gigantic field right here. Now let's see. We don't want to take that trailer. That is not the trailer we want. We want to use our own. That way we don't have to go empty it but once. Oh, you're playing on Mom's farming again now? Nice. Whoa, that was close. I would just park over here for now. And now let's see, we can go ahead and we can accept, there was a plowing contract. Do we still have that? Yep, right here. So where is that? Okay, so we can accept that. We can just accept it. And that trailer we'll just leave sit there because we don't need it. I think we're doing so good just for building something off of contracts. Okay, Christopher, God bless you. Thank you for coming by, saying hello. I'm not real sure what would have been the fastest way to get over there. We can take a little bit of a shortcut right here. And then let me look at the map right quick so we can see. Yeah, we're coming over here. So maybe we'll just come down this way. Not real sure. I'm not really sure what is the fastest route over to that field. I don't think we've worked that field before. All right. Now the other guy we need to keep an eye on just a little bit more. Of course, it's going to be right in the middle of that rotation. So that plow, we could just let it run until he gets done. Yeah, I agree, Lawrence. Until they get the, especially until they get the headland roads done, it takes them a long time to kind of figure it out. That's why I was telling Monty, he can have spinach occasionally. I know, I don't understand all that. Well, I mean, from the physics of the game, I can figure out what it's doing because it's actually trying to get enough space for that whole machine to fit on the field when it turns. So I understand what it's doing, but yeah, it takes forever. It's crazy. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm hoping is actually works better in the next release, whenever that'll be. See how he got to where he could fit in there and have the entire machine on the field? That's what it was doing. It's going to do the same thing down here too. I wasn't going to use spinach. Spinach does not make money. Let's look at something. Let's look at, let's see how much a spinach drink sells for, because spinach does not sell for anything under $300. But there is a spinach drink. So let's see if we can find this spinach drink and see what it might sell for. Probably not going to be see, here's a spinach bag, and that's still only $700. Or what, pushing like 750. So even at that, see, so spinach, we're not going to be doing spinach very often. I thought there might be a spinach drink, but I'm not seeing a spinach drink anywhere, so I thought we might find one in this stuff right here, because I thought we were supposed to make Well, that's where the spinach bag is in this one right here, the preserved. Huh. But there still might be something else we can do with spinach. I just have to be able to find it and then figure out how much it's worth. But for right now, see, spinach just is not worth it. It's not worth the amount of time it takes, and it's not worth the cost of the equipment. This thing always reminds me of a caterpillar when it gets to wiggling around like that. Now see, it handled that corner totally different. It won't take him too much longer. Not sure how far down through here this guy might be able to make it. It doesn't matter. We'll just go ahead and empty it. We'll let it get turned here, get lined out, and then we'll empty it. Alright, this guy will be done here pretty quick. Just started his last trip around the field. Now I still have not figured out what I want Joe, what crop I want Joe to have. But we'll figure that out. I think I just found an easier way in to this field. Which is very difficult to see on the map. Maybe if we zoomed in far enough we could see it. Actually, let's see if we could or not. If we zoom in far enough, well, not really. Because it doesn't, you can't really see that path that's up here. The little, like, roadway that comes in here. That's very difficult to see. Hi, Angela. How are you? Okay, good. Okay, Archie, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have a great day. And we'll see you next time. Now, I'm not sure what contract we might do next. I do believe I saw a cultivating contract, didn't I? Let's take a look, because I think I saw a cultivating contract. Where's that at? Right over there, beside that field we were just on. So there's $2,500. Let's see what else. Not a lot that I want to do. What is this harvesting right here? Parsnips. Well, I suppose we could attempt a field of parsnips just to see how it works. That's a pretty good contract. Oh, look, here's another plowing. Yes. Yes, that's what we want right there. So we're going to call this one in. I'm not going to drive over there. We'll just call this one in since we can just accept it. But maybe before we do, we should collect this one. Yeah, let's collect that one. And now we'll go back down to this other plowing right here. And we will accept this one on a call-in order. Too bad I didn't check it before. We could have just drove straight over there. Woo! What are you doing, people? Now we're just going to the next road over. Oh, wow, Angela, that's going to be so cool. Plow. Well, I almost parked it right in the correct spot, didn't I? We can just let the plow run until it gets finished. And we'll just ride along with this guy. He's got a long way to go. Well, he sure did skip a bunch of little patches. I don't know that I've ever seen a field where it skipped a pattern like this. I've seen it skip it here and then come back on the next pass and pick it up. I've never seen it skip one like this and then turn the corner and start skipping another one again. That's kind of weird. We don't really need to wait for this to hit 100% full. We'll just empty it. Angela, are you coloring? Okay. Now see, it did the same thing here too. I've never seen it do this before. So that's kind of weird. Hey, Richard. Good to see you. How you doing? I'm doing good. I am getting a little bit tired, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. All right, nice. You playing a game tonight? All right, cool. I'm actually getting kind of tired. Now, is it going to go back and get the row it skipped, or is it just going to pretend like it got it? I guess it's going to just like pretend like it got it, huh? Yeah, I've never seen AI worker do what this one just did. Go all the way around the field, skipping a row. Oh, okay. Are you playing on Welkers tonight? Oh, okay. Nice. Well, if I get quiet, it's just because I'm tired, guys, but I will try to keep the camera moving around so you'll know I'm still here. Because on a field like this, if we didn't have to empty this thing, you could start this field, then take a nap. Seven years. Wow. Let's see. I don't remember. We'll see what I have here if I can find it. Oh, still 3 years. Okay. 126 hours, apparently. Yeah. 126 hours. Oh, is it going to pick up the row it skipped? Awesome. Well, no. Okay, that's kind of strange. What's it doing? Now he's wasted this entire trip driving all the way down here and doing nothing. He came all the way down here to do that. Wow. This is really crazy. This guy's driving like this and it's only 11:30 in the morning? Whoa. Alright, maybe if we leave and come back, that guy will have straightened up. Alright, since we're already out this way, let's just cut over here to the dealership and we'll accept these two contracts that we've just done. Alright, I already collected the one, but we'll collect this one here. So we'll collect on this one. We could do a sorghum harvesting, but I'm not really wanting to do that. So I think for right now, we'll just leave what we got. And maybe after the hour changes, we'll look and see if there's anything new we want to do. Whoa. Oh, he finally went back and got this. Nice. I'm glad to see that this guy did go back and get this. Let's see, let's look at factories for a second. Materials missing. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, we haven't harvested canola yet. Okay. Well, I don't know why this guy has to go through all this process instead of just turning over there and driving down the thing, but because there's room for him to actually turn. Oh, I always just kind of have to laugh when I see it do stuff like this, because this is called artificial intelligence, and there's absolutely nothing intelligent about it. Now this is one of those fields we should make about maybe $4,000 or $5,000, maybe 5,000. Off the sale of the crop. It just makes no sense as this thing keeps doing this. I remember I did a potato field one time, harvested a potato field, and it took 2 hours just to get the headland rows figured out. Because it just kept doing stuff like this, driving around in circles, doing nothing. And it took 2 hours for it to finish the headland, just the headland rows. Now it should start working much better once it starts just going back and forth across this field. Alright guys, I need to take a quick break, so I'll let you ride along with this harvester. Hopefully he's going to get himself straightened out here in a minute and start working pretty good. So I'll let you ride along with him. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, I wonder if that helper thinks that I did not see him drive all the way across my field. If I wasn't so tired, I'd probably fire him and hire somebody new. Oh yes, definitely post a picture of your coloring pages. Alright, so it just turned over a new hour, so we can check the contracts. Let's see, we should be able to do corn. Where is that? That is way over on the side of town. But we have the equipment for that. Anything else that we might want to do? No, but we can do this, we can do this harvesting, corn. Now, we attempted one corn harvest and it did not work, but I'm wondering if it's because I had the wrong header and just did not realize it at the time. So we can accept this contract, and since we own the equipment, we're just going to call it in. We're not going to drive to the dealership for that one. Accept contract square. I always have to pay attention to what I'm doing. Okay. So now we'll harvest corn. And I am thinking that the corn will work this time. We did a corn. We did a corn contract that did not work properly, but I think it might be because the header didn't work, and that's because I had the wrong header. Let's see, where are we going to? All the way over here. No, that's the railroad track that runs through here, so we'll have to just come up and around. Alright, we'll go this way. Okay, Eugene, God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Oh, I didn't think there was a rail on that thing. Wow, that guy was in a hurry, wasn't he? I'm not sure the best way to go about getting to where we got to go. I think I just knocked a sign down. Look out. Now, last time we tried to do a corn contract, it would not let us. It told us we could not. And I do believe it was because I had the wrong header, but I did not realize I had the wrong header. Because now it's working. For right now, I'm just trying to make sure I stay out of his way. Because he's been acting crazy, getting all turned around and everything, so. Okay, Angela. had to sneeze. I hope I didn't sneeze in nobody's ear. I think I got my microphone muted in time. Oh, by the way, Monty, I wanted to let you know something. I saw a video today, and it was about a mod. I think it's for PC only, but it had hunger, tired. There was 4 different things that were all survival stuff. Eating, sleeping, and there was 2 other things. I can't remember what. But that's something you've mentioned that you'd like to see. And they now have it. But like I said, I think it is for PC only. I did not go into the mod store. But I thought that was pretty cool. I saw that today. Almost forgot about it. So, you know, it just goes to show I do think about you guys throughout the day when I'm doing stuff. Have you seen anything about that, Monty? Oh yeah, I got the 15-mile-an-hour header instead of the 6-mile-an-hour one. So we're moving at a pretty good clip. I had totally forgot about that. But I don't think I would want anything that worked at a faster pace. It doesn't look right. It just looks too unrealistic. It's flying down through there. Let's, while we're waiting for that, let's do this. Let's look at something. I didn't take a look in here just to see if maybe we had some kind of note. We don't have anything there. Did we get anything new over here, such as hunger or those kind of things? No, it doesn't look like it. So it looks like that's probably just for console. But that survival element may be something that's going to come. Maybe it will come to all platforms at some point. Let's see. While that's doing that right quick, I do want to look at the map. Okay, so we can come out of here and across this way to get up to Farmer's Market. Okay. I'm still not all that familiar with this part of the map, but that might be not a bad way to get in here either. Okay, at least I know how to go. Now I'm just going to drop this header off up here, and we'll pick it up on the way back down. Okay, Angela, awesome. I am going to look at that just as soon as we get done. Whoops. I don't think that's where I want to put that. I don't think that's where I want to put that. I want to put it down here on the other end. I'm not going to be coming back this way. Yeah, we want to put it at the end down here. Better double check, make sure this is farmer's market for the corn. Yeah. This will not make us very much money. We should make a little bit, but not very much. Boy, it's pretty bad when the U.S. Postal Service truck passes you. 1,760. Alright, that's a little more than what I thought. I would have thought closer to 1,000. We'll take 1,700. Because that's on top of the contract, so that's good. I think it's funny that they made the traffic where it passes you in no passing zones, run stop signs. Thin Blue Line, how are you? Are you at work? Thin Blue Line, are you at work? Oh, okay. Well, God bless you. Thank you for coming by, saying hello. I have had a pretty good day. I got all the rest of my plans for my trip beginning next week all worked out. Got everything paid for today. I am going to be going to Houston, Texas to visit my daughter and her family, my grandchildren. we're actually going to celebrate our birthdays together. We'll celebrate her birthday a couple of days after I get there, and we'll celebrate my birthday a couple of days before I come back home. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be a fun trip. I don't leave until next week, next Thursday. But it's going to be a fun trip. I go out there every year for a couple of weeks. Now, last time when I went out there, last year, about the same time, well, about this time last year, I was in Texas, or maybe I had just got home from being there, but I didn't hardly get to see my daughter because while I was at her house, she had to go to her aunt's house in Florida. So I didn't really get to see her much last year. Oh, well, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be able to spend a whole couple weeks with her this year. She doesn't have to go anywhere. But I went out there last year so that she could go to help take care of some family matters in Florida. And I went to help out with her children so that her husband would not have to miss any work. So it worked out. But this year she doesn't have to go anywhere, so. And I was wanting to do our birthdays together last year, and we didn't get to because she needed to take that trip to Florida. Now, each pass after this one is going to get shorter and shorter. Now, I think it's a little bit odd that, like this harvester, when it empties, it will just sit here until you move the trailer away from the trigger. Whereas with the other harvester, the regular harvester, it doesn't do that. When it's emptied, it will just take off again. So that's a little bit weird that this harvester works that way. Now let's see if this trigger point passes too close to my tractor or that trailer and this thing stops. It might not. Oh, good. Okay, Angela, God bless you. Sleep well. I hope you have a great day. And I will look at your pictures when I get done with this stream. All right. Good night, Angela. I may have to turn my heat on. It's getting a little bit chilly at 3:15 in the morning. Hi, Jody. How are you? I am doing good, thank you. I am getting tired, but I am doing good. I got to get this field harvested. Oh, you had trouble sleeping. Oh, I'm sorry. It's 3:15 in the morning where I live. I've been streaming for 3 hours and, well, 17 minutes. It's 3:17. So I'm getting kind of sleepy myself, but I need to get this field finished. Yeah, I understand what that's all about. You are in Georgia. I am just north. I live in Virginia. I will be in Atlanta, Georgia next week. But just passing through the airport. Cedartown. I'm not familiar with that. I live in a very small town in Virginia. I just did a video just a few days ago, just walking, and I walked all the way through downtown. It's very small. In northwest Georgia. Yeah, so all in all, distance-wise, you're probably not all that far from where I'm at. You're probably about maybe, I don't know, I'd say maybe about a 5-hour drive, 5 or 6 hour drive to northwest Georgia. Yeah, probably about a 5 or 6 hour drive. Because where I live is about 10 hours, about a 10-hour drive from Daytona Beach, Florida, where I used to live. And I think you're somewhere right in the middle, probably. Actually, probably a little bit closer to me. 10,300? Wow. We have about 4,300 live in the town where I live, I think. Oh, we got to empty ourselves out. I forgot to do it. I wasn't paying attention. Well, our tractor was parked farther away than what it seemed like. Yeah, I figure you're probably on the South Carolina state line. Let's see, let's take another look at contracts. Or we can go ahead and collect this one. Now, any other contract we might want to do, there is a cultivating we could do. I'm kind of... Yeah, I have the Colossus pack. I have the Colossus pack. Yeah, I don't think there's any contracts I want to do. I could do a mowing, but I don't really feel like it. I'm tired. So I think that's all I'm going to do for tonight. But see this trailer? This trailer is out of the Colossus pack. This is out of the Colossus pack. Actually, where is it? Where is it? This is from the Colossus pack. This cotton harvester. Yeah, you're right up there, Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee and South Carolina. I live just above Tennessee. I'm just above the Tennessee state line. Actually, I'm right in the corner in Virginia, right near Tennessee and Kentucky. Yeah, I just looked up the population of the town I live in. 2,900. 2,900. Yeah, that's my favorite trailer too because of the large capacity. I actually, uh, I actually used, I was playing on Riverbend Springs and I was using those trailers as mobile silos, which was really cool. Yeah, that's one of my favorites. Another one of my favorites is actually these over here, these fill stations. I like these fill stations right here, the free fill stations. These are some of my favorite mods right here, these right here. This is the first time I'm using this, but those are favorite mods for me. I like that truck, my tractor. Yeah, the town I live in, like I said, I just made a video. I just made a video. Uh, I think it's called a journey back to health or something. I can't remember, something similar to that. That I just posted a few days ago, and I walked all the way from where I live to the far end of town. You're playing on Alma, Missouri. All right. I was watching somebody's top 10 maps, and that was on it, Alma, Missouri. I have seen some gameplay on Alma, Missouri. I liked it. I have not played on that map myself. And on this map, Jody, we're playing a simulated multiplayer kind of thing. So I have different of my regular chatters set up with their own farms and stuff. Yeah, now I would like that too. So Alma, Missouri is a map that you start on where you're by yourself? Or do you have a town? I've seen a little bit of gameplay, but I can't remember. There is a town, okay. So that map comes with like a bunch of productions and stuff available on it already. Now, Jody, we started this map, start from scratch. Zero money and zero machinery, no farm, no nothing. Just started with the clothes on our back. And we actually have quite a bit going on now. Well, we are almost halfway done. That just sounds funny. But actually that meter's only going to go up to about 80%. The final 20% is into selling. Oh, I forgot to mention it to Thin Blue Line when he was in here that I saw him playing some American Trucking Simulator. I do like these nice long passes where it doesn't have to stop and turn around. It can just keep right on working. Now let me just take the time to say to those who may be watching but are not in chat, thank you very much. I hope you guys have had a great day, and I do hope you enjoy the stream. But thank you for watching. I wonder if that guy ever would come pick up spots like this that it missed. I guess we'll find out, because it'll be able to harvest this whole field. Somehow I don't think it'll come down there to get that part. And I'm not going to drive all the way back down there to get it either. Jody, if you happen to do adult coloring, we do that here too. Well, I gotta grab me something to drink here, guys. Have some Coke Zero. Well, this is one of those jobs that it just seems like it just never gets done. Now it's starting to look like he's making some progress. I guess I could have rode up here closer. I didn't realize it was that far away. I want to empty it while it's heading this direction, so I don't have to drive out there onto the crop. If I can avoid it, I like to. I think we might actually make some pretty good money off of this. I can't remember. We did a contract that was a pretty good sized contract. Now we ended up making like $11,000. And this may be one of those contracts where it ends up being like a $35,000 contract total. Did we harvest spinach in this field before? I can't remember. It seems like we might have. Now see, if we didn't have to keep emptying that harvester right there, I could just take me a nap, let this guy go. Well, I could very easily zone out. Now, this is one time I kind of do wish this piece of equipment was working at 15 miles an hour. Usually I don't really mind the 6 mile an hour working speed because that's pretty realistic, I think. But not when it has like a real skinny working width on top of that. I like at least a 6-meter working width. And that's for small stuff. I kind of like a 9-meter working width. Well, each pass gets a little bit shorter and a little bit shorter. Boy, it seems like that thing's just barely moving. Well, I'm glad we're not replanting this field. It would not be getting done tonight. That's for sure. Now, we just hit the 4-hour live stream mark, guys. So when we get this field done, that's going to be it for tonight. I'm about falling asleep as it is. But we're getting closer. Another half hour. Maybe. Yeah, it seems like this piece of equipment just doesn't really do much, simply because it has such a narrow working width. But there are things that have even narrower working widths, so But I think this thing right here is like a 4.4 meter. And 6 meter is small enough. Yeah, at this pace, we might let Monty do spinach like once every decade. We still got a pretty good run at this working with to get all the way down to the end of that row. A lot of passes left. A whole bunch of passes left. But at least they're each getting shorter. Now, see, it doesn't seem like it's all that much smaller than it was here a little while ago. Which it is smaller, but wow. Well, I keep thinking it's going to be done soon, but then it seems like it's not. We'll see if that guy makes it all the way back up here. Oh, he's going to skip a row. As soon as I decide to wait for him, he skips one. Yeah, that guy. He wouldn't have quite got here anyway. It would have been pretty close. Well, it is now 4:20 in the morning where I live. choice a little weird. I don't know why they skip a row on some passes and on other passes they don't. Well, I think about 30 minutes ago I said maybe another 30 minutes. I didn't pay any attention to what time it was when I started this contract. I need to pay attention to that. I know I'm not talking much, guys. I'm pretty tired. I will try to keep the camera moving around though. So don't get too bored. I think that harvester will make it all the way back up here. We'll have to back up into the unload position, which is weird too. It won't pull right up there. So he's going to stop right at the back of the trailer. Okay, Richard. God bless you. Thank you for coming and hanging out tonight. I hope you sleep well, and I hope you have a great day. And I'm going to be headed that way myself as soon as I get done with this. Thank you, Richard. Well, at least it's getting faster and faster to get from end to end. Every once in a while I gotta look back and see how much we've got done already. And that helps me feel a little bit better about how much we still have left. This is beginning to feel like one of those never-ending coloring pages. But I think it might be worth it in the end. At least now we can see the other edge of what we've got left to do as the camera pans up through here. That's always nice. Makes it feel like it's closer to being finished. See, I've noticed how many more passes we're getting per tank load. Well, dare I say, another 30 minutes? Oh my goodness. Well, at least we're finally all the way working down on this corner. We were all the way down there where those trees are, so we're getting there. I don't know if I could imagine this taking any longer. But I suppose it could. Well, I believe we are basically on the home stretch now. Alright, now if this was actually Monty's field, then we would probably be done by now, because this field is 5 acres bigger than the field Monty's going to have. And I just got a battery low on my controller. I hope I don't have to switch to the other controller. I'll bet I will, because it's still going to take a little bit to get this done. Let's go ahead and switch controllers. I don't know how long one of those controllers will last once it gives me the notification for a low battery. I know with each pass it's getting a little bit closer and a little bit closer, but boy, it sure is feeling like the never-ending harvest. I sure hope we make some pretty good cash bonus on this. Well, now we can see the end in sight. well, I must use a half a tank of fuel to get this field done. Alright, and we have just hit the 5-hour live stream mark, guys. Not too much more now. Well, what, maybe about 5 more times down and back? Alright guys, I gotta take a quick break. So I will be right back. I'll get you over here and let you ride along with this guy. And it won't be long now. I'll be right back, guys. Okay guys, I'm back. Just about ready to take it, go sell it. And hopefully we make a pretty good chunk of change. Oh, come on. Can't. I don't know how to empty this thing. I have to put a helper in it. It's the only way I've been able to figure out how to do it. I had to do that last time also. Alright, well, now we can take this up to Farmer's Market. And thankfully we don't have to do a lot of driving with this particular controller, because this is the one where the joystick gets stuck. And it can be hard to keep it driving in a straight line, because it wants to veer off to the right. Boy, I hope I don't crash the truck on the way home. I'm so sleepy I can't hardly keep my eyes open. I just ran over a stop sign. All right, how much money are we going to get? Oh, 11,800. Yeah, 11,000. Nice. I thought I remembered we had a contract where we made 11,000 on the side. All right, now we can go drop this thing off. Drop off the trailer. Don't do that. I'm going to turn traffic off. These people drive like idiots. Alright, now we can return this. Collect on our contracts. And then head for the house. All right, 23,000. Now we can head for the house. Hey, Stacy. I'm just done for the night. I'm gonna go park my truck. We just got through doing a contract on the biggest field in the game. Or on this map, I should say. Slow down, back up. And I always want a brake check. Oh, I'm going to right now. I can't even hardly keep my eyes open. It took so long to get that field done. Man, they just keep brake checking me. Oh man, I can't hardly keep my eyes open. Now, I was going to make sure I had everything topped off before I ended the live stream, but I'm too tired, so we can do that next time. Everything is good. It's good to go. We don't have to worry about it. I was just going to get everything topped off, but it's all operational, and that's all that matters. Okay, guys, I'm going to save it right here. And we will do it again on Friday. That was one big field. I love you too, Stacy, if you're still there. All right, guys. That's where I'm going to leave it sit for tonight. That's about 5.5 hour live stream. And we'll do it again Friday night, guys. We'll do color in Friday morning. And I hope everybody has a great night, a great day tomorrow or today. And we'll see you guys on Friday. Until then, God bless.